Y'all know what time it is. Welcome to the fucking live stream. Y'all know what time it is. We can't be stopped. We won't be stopped. We're back in the fucking streets. Let's go. We live. You guys know what time it is. We are back. We are back. Holy shit. I'll keep it real. I did that tweet. I was like, nah, we ain't gonna hit 2K. I'll be able to go to sleep. And I didn't realize that you guys were like, nope, we are not going to sleep. The train continues. So we are live. We are live. What's up, guys? Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. You can be anywhere else in the world, but you're here with me. Let's go ahead and fire up this Twitter space. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go ahead and get this thing going. Let me, as you guys know, I gotta open it up on fucking Firefox. This poverty fucking thing. Give me 1 sec. Because for some odd reason, that doesn't work anywhere else. So, let me go ahead. All right, we starting this bitch right now. And what I'll do is I'll also come in on my phone while this thing is charging. All right, we're starting right now. Opening up the space for you guys. Is that whack music?
Referred to African Americans. What exactly is your problem?
How much time you got, buddy? Where would I start? Well, first of all, they're lazy, good-for-nothing tricksters, crack-smoking swindlers, big butt-having, wide nose breathing all the white man's air. They eat up all the chicken. They think they're the best dancers, and they stink. Did I mention that before?
Yes, I believe you did, sir.
Matter of fact, my friend Jasper told me one of them coons came by his house to pick his sister up for a date. He said, look here, nigger, that there's my girl. Anyone has sex with my sister, it's gonna be me.
You've never left this property, have you, Mr. Bixby?
No, sir, not in many years.
What if I were to tell you that you are an African American?
Sir, listen, I'm gonna make this clear. I'm in no way, shape, or form involved in any niggerdom. You understand?
Yes, sir, but...
But nothing. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a book signing to go to. Why don't you bring your media cameras over there if you want to see some real truth?
In my country there is problem, and that problem is transport. It take very, very long, because Kazakhstan is big. Throw transport down the well. Come on! So my country can be free, so my country can be free. We must make travel easy, then we have a big party. In my country there is problem, and that problem is the Jew. They take everybody money, they never
and we have a big party.
If you see the Jew coming, you must be careful of his teeth.
About to start square dancing.
You must grab him by his money, and I tell you what to do. Everybody, throw the Jew down the well, so my country can be free. You must grab him by his horns, then we have a big party. Throw the Jew down the well, so my country can be free. You must grab him by his horns, then we have a big party.
Welcome, 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 welcome to the fucking clan meeting, motherfuckers. Welcome, welcome, welcome. As you guys know, we got a couple of topics to talk about. This is like my second stream of the day. I did not expect that we would hit 2,000 likes so quickly, but I am back here. I covered earlier the Lil Durk situation. He's cooked. FBI got him dead to rights. And on top of that, he went ahead and snitched on himself in a bunch of the situations. I'm going to bring some of you guys up as speakers to help me out with managing stuff. Let me see here. Let me give Brett. You always help me out with co-hosting. So let me see here, and then Dominic, I'll give you a co-host as well. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk about some things first, and I'm going to turn it to people to kind of give their takes. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to talk a little bit about immigration, right? And the thing with immigration, well, let me, okay, before I get into this, I should probably do a quick little summary, right? So let's go back in time a little bit. Let's go back a little bit. Let's go back to on or about December 24th, right? So Laura Loomer calls out, and she's been doing this for a few weeks actually. As you guys know, Trump won the, obviously if you've been, hopefully you've been, haven't been living under a rock, but Donald Trump is the president-elect. He won the election in a landslide fashion, and he has had the backing of Silicon Valley. People along the lines of Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, PayPal Mafia, Mark Zuckerberg, you know, a bunch of tech people, Sachs, etc. And, excuse me. So Laura has had an issue with this. She's been calling out, you know, Mark Zuckerberg, rightfully so, by the way, because Mark Zuckerberg is the face of censorship, and he was critical to censoring Trump after January 6th went down and was instrumental in, you know, basically leading the charge to get him censored on all the main platforms, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter. He got banned everywhere after January 6th. And he, you know, grovels back to the fucking White House, donates $1 million to a Trump fund, and thinks that it's all good. And, you know, Laura Loomer being the Trump supporter that she's been for a very long time, she doesn't trust these tech guys, and rightfully so. I don't either, right? So she's been calling out Zuckerberg and these tech people for a while, and it all kind of came to an head on Christmas Eve, December 24th. She starts calling out Elon Musk in general, and for his support of H-1B visas, right? And a couple of the other tech bros, right? And well, she started calling out tech bros in general for their support of the H-1B visa. And for those of you that don't know, Laura Loomer is super anti-immigration. She did a whole documentary on it, I think called The Great Replacement, 4 or 5 part series where she went down to the Darien Gap down in Panama, notorious smuggling route used by smugglers to move illegal aliens into the United States, typically via Panama into South Florida, right? That's one of the routes that they use on top of Mexico, which we'll talk about that here in a little bit. So, obviously this causes a fucking shitstorm on X. And Dominic, if I miss anything, bro, please fill in any gaps, because I know you know this, you know this very well as well. So,
no, for sure. I mean, really, the only thing I'd add is you talk about all the accounts that got suspended and stuff.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna go into that.
Cool.
So yeah,
but
so
clearly though, there was a coordinated effort, you know, to quell the opposition to this.
Hey, you're echoing a bit, Dominic. So I'll finish up and then you fill it in. So anyway, so she calls out all these tech bros, right? And it creates fucking like World War II, right? Like World War III, excuse me, Civil War, a MAGA civil war. because what basically happened, guys, was you got the Trump loyalists, the MAGA loyalists, who are anti-immigration, want strong borders, etc., fighting with these more, how do I say, more left-leaning, more pro-immigration people and more pro-legal immigration, right? And the biggest point of contention here was the H-1B visa. What is the H-1B visa? The H-1B visa, guys, is basically a visa that a lot of these companies in the United States utilize to bring in cheap foreign labor, okay? It is what it is. And to Elon Musk's defense, he has been a proponent of legal migration. He's a immigrant himself. I think he's a naturalized citizen now, but he came in here on a J1 or H-1B visa originally back in like the 90s. And obviously he's in tech. So a lot of people that work for Tesla, a lot of people that work for X, a lot of them are H-1Bs, right? But there's no doubt about it that the H-1B visa is an exploitative visa. It's used to bring in cheap labor. About 70 to 80% of the people that come in on these H-1B visas come from India. And it's caused a great amount of controversy, right? Vivek joined the battle. A couple of big conservatives joined the battle, and a lot of them actually joined Elon's side, disappointingly enough. We got prominent names like Alex Jones, Jordan Peterson, Michaela Peterson, aka Michaela Fuller now. Who else? I'm trying to think. Patrick Bet-David. A lot of these prominent, conservatives came and said, no, we agree with Elon. Like, we're all for legal immigration and bringing in the best and the brightest and all that other stuff, which, sounds good. But, someone like me who's worked in immigration for a very long time and understands how our visa system is exploited, it's not really a visa that brings in the best and brightest. The H-1B visa is alongside multiple other visas, the H-1B, the J-1, the F-1, the B-1, B-2 visa. These are some of the most abused non-immigrant visas we have in the United States. These are visas that allow people to come into the country and, quite frankly, stay here illegally. A lot of the illegal aliens that are in the United States, guys, are here illegally, but people tend to forget or not know that these aliens came in legally. I want to make that very clear. A lot of the illegal aliens that live in the United States, guys, came here legally, but now are here illegally because they overstayed a non-immigrant visa. And the four biggest offenders are the J1, the F1. The F1's visa is a student visa. The J1 is like an exchange student, right? Or / summertime worker. It's a very ambiguous visa in that regard, right? The B1, B2 visa, visitor visa, and then obviously the H1B visa, right? So, and Trump himself back in 2016 campaigned on stopping the mass legal immigration. And he actually campaigned saying the H-1B visa was exploitative. He even admitted it. Hey, I'm a businessman. I had a lot of people that were H-1B visa people. I use it as a businessman, but it's not good for the American workforce. And he was correct, right? And I give him a lot of respect because it takes a lot to admit that, hey, I utilize this visa for entrepreneurial reasons, but it's not good for the American public. And, I've been on some spaces today. Team Trumpster, I don't know if he's still here, but he ran a fantastic space earlier, which I was able to speak in. And we had a lot of people come in from the tech world, and I've spoken with many people from the tech world at this point. I knew this from my professional experience already, but talking to guys in the tech world, it's unanimous. They all know and agree that these H-1B visas are a go-around, a cheapskate way that these companies are able to bring in these foreign workers and get cheap labor while simultaneously increasing their bottom line, bringing up profit margins, and ostracizing American workers from the workforce because these foreigners come in and there's so many different ways where they're able to do kickbacks. They're able to use what's called body shops, where they employ a body shop instead of the individual, pay the individual a lower wage. The body shop pockets most of the money. It's ridiculous. And there's so many different schemes, which I won't get into. But the point you need to know, the bottom line is this. H-1B visas, J-1 visas, F-1 visas, and B-1, B-2s are some of the most exploited visas in America. And people utilize them all the time to come in here illegally. Come here legally and then overstay their visas. Now, here's the other scary thing that you guys need to know. If this person comes into the United States, right, legally, and overstays his visa and never gets encountered by law enforcement or whatever, there's an extremely high likelihood they will never be deported. I want to say that one more time for you guys. If someone comes into the United States utilizing one of these visas and decides to overstay their visa, there's an extremely high likelihood that that individual, if they're not directly encountered by ICE or commits a felony, they will probably never be deported, okay? Now, that's one angle of how we get exploited with the immigration system. This is like a 3 or 4 part process, right? I'm gonna go over this real quick. The next way we get destroyed by immigration is by what's called visa waiver countries, right? And visa waiver countries, guys, are countries like Canada, France, Japan, all these, first world developed countries that we have an agreement where they can come to our country, we can go to theirs without necessarily having a visa. We just fill out some paperwork and we could travel pretty much on our passport, right? Well, that sounds great on paper, but the reality is a lot of these countries, we think that our economy is bad with inflation. Guess what, guys? The pandemic fucked up all the other countries worse, okay? You look at Japan, you look at Canada, you look at all these countries, their dollar is worse off than ours. And then on top of that, a lot of these countries are suffering from their mass migration. So what ends up happening a lot of the times is these people from these countries that are supposed to be developed first world democracy countries with universal healthcare and all these other, glitz and glamour things, they come to the United States and they just stay, right? They just stay. And not only do they stay, if they decide to not overstay their visa, what they'll do is they'll scam. They'll come here, they'll work illegally, they'll get some waitressing job or do OnlyFans or do some other bullshit, right? They'll work illegally. Then they'll go back to their country 5 months in and then come back a week later, right? That's another way around these visas as well, where when you get stamped in by Customs and Border Protection, CBP, blue uniform guys at the airport, they give you a certain amount of time, 3 months, 6 months, whatever it may be. You can leave the country before your time is up for a day or two and then come right back and your visa resets. Because the visa itself, a lot of the times gets approved for 2, 3, 4, sometimes up to 10 years. So how you utilize it doesn't really matter as much as as long as the visa is good and you stay for your prolonged periods of times that Customs approves you to come in, you can go and come as you please. So it's common where a Canadian will come in, work illegally, go back to their country before the time is up, or go to Mexico, or go to Turks and Caicos, right? They take a trip with all that fucking money they made in the United States illegally. Then they come back and they continue business as usual, right? With no issue. This is also how we get destroyed from our, with the visas and with the visa waiver countries. And guys, you'll be surprised. We have a lot of Canadians here. We have a lot of French here. We have a lot of Italians. We have a lot of people from Australia, from New Zealand, from these, first world countries, these allies, the Five Eyes. They come here. Why? Because their countries, right? Their countries suck. They don't have the same opportunities that we have here in the United States. So they often come, make money, leave for a little bit, and then come back. Super common. Super, super common, right? You just don't know a lot of the times because, or people don't care because when people say, oh, I'm from France, oh, I'm from Italy, oh, I'm from Canada, no one thinks to ask them, hey, are you here illegally, right? You never normally think, most Americans think, oh, Mexicans, South Americans, etc. No, there's lots of people that are here illegally from fucking Canada, from France, from Italy, from Australia. Canada's one of the worst offenders, by the way. One of the worst. As their economy has tanked, I have run into more illegal aliens from Canada than anywhere else. It's actually fucking incredible how many of them there are here. Guys, is the audio good, by the way? I'm getting some fucking messages in the chat saying it's muffled or some shit. Give me ones in the chat if the audio is good, guys. Give me ones in the chat. It's good on X?
Yeah, it's good for me, man. Yeah, that's good.
Okay. All right, give me ones in the chat if it's good. These niggas are probably trolling, right? Yeah, niggas are trolling, bro. Yo, let me be clear. If you guys troll and the audio is actually good and you guys are saying it's bad, I'm going to fucking ban you because you guys stop the show when you say that dumb shit because obviously I want to make sure my audio is A1. So if you're fucking trolling, bro, literally you're going to get banned. Fuck you. That's one thing I'm not going to tolerate. You could go ahead and talk shit about me all day and make fun of me and say I'm a dumb sand nigga, whatever. I don't care. Freedom of speech, all that. But if you're going to stop the show by saying audio is bad, like, fuck off. All right, anyway. So I was looking at my YouTube and Rumble chats and shit like that. Dude said it sounds weird in my headphones. Then nigga, get a new headphone. The fuck? You're clearly a broke. You're probably using your shitty ass Beats. You probably got some watermelon stuck in them or some shit. That's what happened. Watermelon juice isn't good for Beats headphones, stupid. Niggas out here, it sounds weird in my headphones. Yeah, probably because you got your fucking cocoa butter in there, you dumb fuck. Holy shit. Anyway, what was I? Okay, Canadians, right? So yeah, so a lot of these people from these countries overstay their visas or overstay their non-immigrant visa status, their visa waiver status. So we attacked two different angles, right? We attacked the visa angle and we attacked the visa waiver angle. Now, let's go ahead and tackle the southwest border. I've explained how human smuggling works on multiple occasions, so I won't even go all the way into that, unless like someone asks me later on. But the point you guys need to know is this. We are getting destroyed on the southwest border. People are coming in, they're not really getting checked like that, and they're getting something called notice to appear RORs. Versus under Trump, they were getting something called an expedited removal, which means they were getting removed within 2 weeks and deported. That's good because that means that they don't clog up our judicial system, our immigration court system, which is completely separate from our criminal justice system. And our immigration system is extremely backlogged. We're talking, these guys have years until they see an immigration judge. So with that said, when Trump was removing them, they want to backlog our system and cost us a bunch of more tax dollars to house and keep these guys. But now, under Biden, what's happening is these guys are getting a notice to appear release on owner cognizance, which basically means they basically are coming into the country and they have an immigration date 4 or 5 years down the road to see a judge. But a lot of the times, let's be honest, they don't go see the judge. The only time that I've seen people actually go to their actual immigration judge appointment is if they have valid claims of asylum. Because at that point, it's a legit concern and they're probably going to get some kind of status if they got legit asylum. But most people don't. They got some BS reason that they're here. Oh yeah, I got family or whatever. And they just go out into the wind. And then they're an undocumented alien, so it's a lot harder to find them. Then, a lot of times they go run to a sanctuary city where these sanctuary cities do what they say. They're a sanctuary for illegal aliens. So when the feds put a detainer on these individuals and they try to go arrest them, they can't even do it because these city police officers or sheriff's offices or local police departments, they won't necessarily honor the detainer and let that individual run. So that's kind of where we are. So when Vivek and Elon and all these other guys talk about, oh, this H-1B visa thing, we got to bring in the best and the brightest. If we really want to bring in the best and brightest, make them get an EB-1. Make them get a O-1. These are visas for people that actually have real skill and talent that is, exceptional, that you can't necessarily find with local natural talent. This is what your musicians use, your athletes, your researchers, your scientists, your scholars, like the best of the best, the true best of the best. You can go ahead and get an O1 EB. Obviously, you're going to have to be able to document your skill set, and you need people to, you need to have articles on you or, have some proof that you're actually good at what you do. But the reality is these H-1Bs aren't necessarily skilled workers like they claim. What they really are is just cheap labor, and it's people that could do the same shit that Americans can do, but it's a way for these companies to make more money. So that is how we're kind of getting destroyed, guys, from immigration. And, the issue with this is, and I'm going to give them a little bit of credit, right? Like Alex Jones and Jordan Peterson, all these guys, they don't know this stuff, right? Like most people don't understand this immigration problem unless you work in law enforcement with immigration. You're just not going to know it, unfortunately, right? But the other thing, too, that I think is very important to note is that, this is how fucked up, I'm just going to say it. Billionaires, guys, right? They're not our friends, all right? They just aren't. And the reason why is because their bottom line a lot of the times inherently makes them globalists. Globalists are not good to nationalists, okay? So off rip there, right? Because to become a billionaire, by definition, you almost have to become a globalist. Because to amass that level of wealth, you have to have foreign interests. When you have foreign interests, that inevitably turns you into a globalist. Boom. It is what it is, right? So, yes, I like that Elon Musk came in and made Twitter more free speech. Right? I'm not going to say free speech because we're going to get into what happened after the fact. I like that he did that. But the reality is that he has interests. That's what politics is. It's all about interests. It's about who the donors are, what their interests are, why they pay, right? And a lot of the times, his interests are not going to necessarily align with the average American. Do you guys think Elon Musk gives a fuck about how much eggs cost? Do you think he cares about the price of gas? The price of, buying a home? None of that matters. And that's what happens when you've had money for too long. Him, Vivek, etc. These guys are out of touch with reality. They simply are out of touch with the reality. Because for you to say, oh, H-1Bs helps us bring talent here, right? And we need to fix our education system. Well, Vivek, last time I checked, we have the most prestigious fucking universities in the United States. I can name a couple of them. Harvard, Yale, Princeton, Dartmouth, Cornell, UPenn, right? Columbia. These are all Ivy League schools. All the Ivy League schools, all the best schools in the fucking world that are in the Northeast. And then we want to talk about schools that aren't Ivy League. We could look at the MITs, the Stanfords, etc. Right? We have the best universities here. These foreigners come here to get our education. So I'll be fucking damned if we need to import third worlders with backwards cultures here, right, to take our education and then take our jobs, right? And this is what happens when you've been an elitist for too long. This is what happens when you've made money for too long. This is what happens when you're a billionaire and you're just simply disconnected from fucking reality. And that's what it is. And this is the ugly truth, right? Now, with that said, Vivek and Elon have huge social media platforms and a lot of pull. So what I've noticed is there's been an enormous amount of conservative creators that are reluctant to criticize them, right? Alex Jones, I'm disappointed. He's always been anti-immigration. Switched around, right? Jordan Peterson, he's all of a sudden, yeah, like I agree with bringing in talent, whatever, but I'm like, wait, hold on one second. Jordan Peterson and Michaela Peterson, you guys ran away from Canada, left Canada for the same fucking problems that you guys are talking about we should have here. There's a huge immigration problem in Canada. Fucked, cooked, absolutely destroyed. You go to Toronto now, you don't even know what country you're in. You're not sure if you're in Canada or if you're in India, right? That's the truth. My brother's in Toronto right fucking now. Literally told me, holy shit, dude. I don't know where I'm at. Thinks he's in like New Delhi or some shit, right? So with that said, I've seen a lot of conservative creators like reluctant to criticize this, right? And, Jordan Peterson and Michaela, you can make the argument, well, they're immigrants too, they're Canadians, so they're going to obviously support. All right, fine. Fine, let's go ahead and say that. But where they came from, immigration destroyed their country. So I find it funny that they're advocating for the very thing that destroyed their country on my country, right? Then you look at, PBD, who takes a more neutral stance on it, like, hey, I'm all for it, blah, blah, blah. But you got to remember, he's a businessman too, and Valuetainment, Dominic showed this, has like a bunch of openings for H-1B visa holders, right? So, you obviously that there's a conflict of interest there, right? There's a conflict of interest. So I am a little disappointed because I thought some of these right-wing creators would be a bit more vocal about their opposition to Elon and Vivek. But the reality is that Elon and Vivek have huge social media platforms. They have huge connections. A lot of people are scared to go at them. But I will say I'm not scared. Laura Loomer obviously isn't scared. She got, and now we're going to get into the censorship portion of my monologue. She got her badge taken. She got her demonetized. She got her subscriptions taken. All for calling out the tech bros on their immigration. And you know what? She was 100% fucking right. Because MAGA was never about being pro-immigration. Hell, when Trump came in 2016, he wanted to even stop legal migration, right? And obviously he had a very difficult time doing that his first term because he had a bunch of backstabbing loser scumbags that didn't want to actually help him. This is why Project 2025 became a thing. A lot of people think it was like some radical right-wing conservative diabolical plan. No, Project 2025 was nothing more than a response to the backstabbing, piece of shit, bureaucratic government people that were surrounding Trump in his first administration, like Mike fucking Pence. That's what Project 2025 was. It was Trump loyalists that would help him get shit done. And people don't realize that when a new president comes in, he has to hire an enormous amount of people to help him out. We're talking about 5,000 to 10,000 jobs in the administration. Well, guess what? Trump's not a politician. He's a businessman from New York City. He doesn't know anyone in Washington, D.C. So what did he do? He had to rely heavily on people in his staff to staff the people. And a lot of these people didn't really give a fuck about MAGA, Donald Trump, or any of this stuff. So he had a really tough time getting shit done the first 2 years he was in. And a lot of people don't realize this, right? So he campaigned on building the wall. He campaigned on less immigration. Now, I know a lot of you guys are saying, well, hold on, Myron. What are you talking about, man? Oh, and then also I want to say, not only did Laura Loomer get censored, we got guys like my guy Dom here, lost his badge. Chief Trumpster lost his badge. All the grapers got fucking banned, right? And all for being opposing this H-1B bullshit. And rightfully so. It is bullshit. And I'm telling you guys as an immigration professional for 10 plus years that saw, you know, companies and people abuse this visa, I can tell y'all that it's bullshit. So I think it's ridiculous that Elon Musk, who, you know, took over this app with the breath of, okay, I'm going to go ahead and make this thing free speech, would turn his back on the people and go ahead and silence people.
Myron on X.
What was that?
Can I hear him?
Y'all can't hear me?
Yeah, he went completely quiet for me.
Oh, shit. All right, let me refresh my thing. Give me 1 sec.
Yeah, I think he might have audio on his stream, but just not in the space. Not sure if he can let him know or anyone else can.
Hold on, I'm gonna fix it right now, chat. I'm gonna go back in. We going back in.
Yeah.
All right.
Right now.
All right, can you guys hear me now? Oh, all right, can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, slight echo, but we can hear you.
I fixed the echo. What was the last thing you guys heard me say before shit started fucking up?
You're talking about, I think, Alex Jones. You're saying Alex Jones and talking about how, you know, him and I think Jordan Peterson were not really standing up against Elon on free speech.
Yeah. So, so he banned a bunch of people. He banned the Groypers. Laura Loomer got debadged. Dominic got debadged. Hell, even Alex Jones's guy, Owen Schroyer, his right-hand man, got debadged. Right? Conservative Inc. Or is it Conservative Trumpster? What's it called? Conservative, the big...
Conservative OG.
Conservative OG. And how many conservative creators are under there? Like 200 or something like
something like 50 or 60, I think.
50 plus, to my knowledge, 50 plus.
Okay, so like 50 plus of them got debadged. And for those that are wondering, the reason why that's important to be verified on Instagram, guys, or Instagram, no, we're not talking about bitches. To be verified on Twitter, right, is because when you're verified on Twitter, you get more reach, you're able to respond, you can tweet more, you can tweet longer things, you're easier to find, etc. It's like a big deal, right? And the way Twitter works is you can have an organization, which is like a yellow badge, and then they can go ahead and have affiliates. So this conservative page was a yellow badge account, and it had like 50 creators under it that had blue badges, and they all lost their verifications. Now, I see that some of you guys got your badges back, but that's ridiculous that you guys lost your badges because of them. And then in some cases, Elon just got rid of all the grapers, right? And I think he labeled them as spammers is how he went ahead and got rid of them, which I don't think that that's an appropriate way to do it because they have their own political takes. They comment on stuff. They're not spamming anything. They're making clips. I don't think they fall under spammers whatsoever, but that's a whole other conversation. But the point I'm trying to make is I was really disappointed that some of these, like, you know, prominent conservative, I mean, even Officer Brandon Tatum, right? They took this whole stance of, yeah, H-1Bs aren't that bad or whatever. And it's like, holy shit, how many of us are left that are willing to be honest and say, Elon, no, this is bullshit. You and Vivek are wrong. You guys don't know shit about immigration. You guys are immigrants, and you guys are only looking at H-1B when the reality is, like, looking at only H-1B is like looking at your coffee table that's on fire when the whole fucking forest is on fire and your log cabin. You know what I mean? Like that, like, H-1B is like a microcosm of a way bigger fucking issue. And I kind of explained it to you guys a bit with the Southwest border, with the abuse of our different visas, with the visa waiver program, how that gets abused. I haven't even talked about what motherfuckers do once they're in the country. I haven't talked about document benefit fraud. I haven't talked about marriage fraud. I haven't talked about all these dirty immigration attorneys that work together to get these guys paperwork. I haven't even talked about the stuff they do once they're in the country to stay and how they abuse the system and to get benefits. That's a whole other game. But the issue I'm trying to make is when they come in illegally and they overstay, it's inevitable that they're going to commit other crimes. So people think, oh, no, it's fine. It's immigration. It's not a big deal. No, it is a fucking big deal. Because for every illegal alien that comes in, that drains resources, right? And that creates issues, that takes away jobs. And then if you go ahead and you expand on that, and then you multiply it, it creates even more issues. Then you add in the fact that you got people coming in and taking jobs legally. Then you got people taking jobs illegally. Then you got the crime. Then you got the fucking resources being taken. It's a big fucking problem. And the fact that people like Vivek and Elon are so hardcore on just talking about this H-1B visa thing explains what I said before. It proves what I said before. They're just disconnected from reality. They've been rich for far too long. They've been high elites and elitists for too long. They're globalists. At the end of the day, everyone that's a billionaire is a fucking globalist. All right, let's just go ahead and just get that out the way right now. If you're a billionaire, by definition, you have to be a globalist to some level, right? So, because for you to earn billionaire status, you need to have a vested interest in international affairs to some degree, right? So that's just what it is. So I wish that more of these prominent conservative speakers would, kind of put a foot down and say, no, they're wrong and immigration is wrong. I didn't get Tucker's take on this. I don't know what Tucker's take is. I'd love to get, if Dom or Chief Trumpster, if you guys know. I know, obviously, Alex, Jordan Peterson, PBD, Michaela, who else? Brandon Tatum. I can't think of anyone else, but who else supported this H-1B thing that you guys could think of? I'm trying to think of anyone that might have not supported it too. The only people I can think is me, Laura Loomer, and Nick Fuentes are the only people that oppose this shit. And obviously you guys, Dominic and you guys, but they're like the grapers, of course.
There's a lot of people that just haven't said anything, which I think in this case, if you're omitting saying anything at all, that means that you support it because you're just trying to protect your pocketbook. Like Charlie Kirk or, Dan Bongino or none of those guys have really said much.
No, Charlie Kirk supports the immigration. He does.
Yeah.
Well, then that's it. Okay, that's a great example then, because he's a major figure, especially for young conservatives. So
he was one of the ones. He was one of the ones that said we need to staple green cards to diplomas.
Yeah, 2019, he said that statement many times, and then got flipped after Nick called him out, and the workers went to college and called him out for that. Correct.
Yeah. Charlie Kirk, thank you for mentioning. Yeah, Charlie Kirk is on. Anything that Vivek and Trump does, Charlie Kirk's going to support. So that's I'm not surprised with that. Anybody else? Because the only people I could think that are against there are obviously the Grapers, me, Laura Loomer, and obviously Nick Fuentes. I can't think of anyone else on the right that opposes this shit.
Yeah, it's pretty limited in that front. And I think the other side of it is these tech bros, the all-in podcast people, Sachs, all those types of people are all in for support for, a quote, reformed, immigration process, which just means the exact same levels, just different types of things. It's a big sham. It's just a, ridiculous type of way to say we're going to allow mass legal immigration, but different people come in instead.
Yeah, and let me be clear too, just so that people know, these tech bros are all Democrats. They're all Democrats. They literally they all voted Democrat prior to this. And look, the reason why I think there's two main reasons these tech bros got behind Trump. Number one, obviously because he needed money, right, to run his campaign. These legal costs that he had with all the pending criminal cases. Don't forget, guys, he got indicted in 4 different jurisdictions. He was sued multiple times. Even as a billionaire, that's going to drain your pockets, okay? So he was fighting 4 cases and a bunch of lawsuits. So he needed backing, right? And the tech bros had the money. That's how J.D. Vance got in. And then the other thing also that's important to know is that Trump was going to be far more aggressive with supporting Israel, right, than the Democrats were going to be, than Kamala was going to be. Because obviously, a lot of the Zionists and Netanyahu, etc., were not happy with how the Biden administration supported Israel. They wanted their weapons faster. They didn't like that Biden would threaten to withhold aid and all this other stuff. So they knew with Trump, Muriel Mandelson was going to give that money and he would be far more receptive to supporting them. Now, with that said, I do think that he's going to reel Netanyahu in and tell him, look, you got to get your shit done in a few months. But he's going to give them what they need to get it done. So, and make no mistake about it, Peter Thiel, Zuckerberg, all these guys, even Elon Musk, all these guys are hardcore Zionists, big supporters of Israel. So that's another reason I think that Bill Ackman, all these guys, Sachs, I think a big reason why they flipped to help Trump, even though they're lifelong Democrats, was because of Israel. I think that's something that's extremely important and pertinent to this conversation. But yeah, I mean, in general, I think that kind of concludes my monologue on it. I'll turn it over to some guys on a panel on this, but yeah.
We'll say this, you mentioned why the tech bros may have flipped from Democrat to supporting Trump. I think a lot of it's because they believe they would achieve
Hey,
technological
Trump, you're getting a
progress.
little bit of, I don't know why, it's like I hear echo from you. Do you guys hear echo too, or is that just me?
Yeah, there's echo. It's because you're not muting.
Oh, okay. So, what? Because I've never had that issue before. Okay, so then I'll just go ahead, Chief. And guys, just so you know, I'm gonna end my Fed React stream. I kind of wanted to cover the immigration stuff on Fed Reacts only. So come on over to Fresh and Fit on Rumble or on YouTube. But I'm gonna end the Fed React stream here now, right, Ninja? So come on over to YouTube, Fresh and Fit, or Rumble. Go ahead, Chief. Sorry.
I'll say that the tech bros they switched from Democrat to Trump because they think they can have a lot of progress in technology, and they're basically using MAGA as a Trojan horse in a sense, where they'll sneak their policy in to achieve progress at all costs, the cost being the American people. And the problem with these tech bros, they're libertarian in thinking, where they don't really care about the consequence of their actions or what they have to do. They just want to achieve AI progress or go to Mars or whatever, and they'll leave all of the Americans, in the dust if that has to be done. That's the problem with the big tech bros. They're basically libertarian in thinking. They vote left a lot of times, and now they see opportunity with Trump and MAGA, and they're trying to con a lot of people into believing the idea that immigration's about the best and the brightest when it's just about importing cheap work, that Americans will not be, not going to do cheap work in the way that H-1B people can do that for. So that's the big point with the H-1B and the tech bro saga, or sector, I guess, that's flipped from Democrat libertarian ass type of mindset to try to con people to vote for Trump or whatever. That's kind of the big picture there.
I want to add something if I can.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, like the worst thing about this is the fact that, like, look, the public doesn't want this. You can see just by the reaction to Elon Musk's tweets. It's very difficult. He is the hardest person on this entire platform ratio. Everyone sees his tweets all the time. There's a lot of incentive to publicly back him. And he was getting crushed by random anons because the reality of it is only about 20% of the population actually wants more immigrants. That's just the truth as far as the public people. So what's happening is Elon Musk put all this money into the government, into Trump, just simply so he could put himself in advantageous positions to profit, because he's the largest international businessman in the world. And what's so problematic in it, with this, is that he also has the largest media apparatus in X to be able to algorithmically push whatever type of bullshit that he actually desires. So right now, you're literally seeing, like you said, it's like the MAGA wars. It's the nationalistic, actual MAGA loyalists versus this brand new, only for the last 6 months or so since his assassination attempt, big business sector that he previously didn't have. And that's why Trump was awesome before, because he always bolstered about how he self-ran his campaign. He was self-funded. He wasn't going to take money from globalists or any special interests. And now those same special interests he always used to insist that he was against are the same public backing that's actually pushing the shit the American people don't want. So it's crazy, and it's got to stop. And I think this is the sad thing about Elon Musk being involved, because everyone just wanted to be a cheerleader, and they would just silence people if they even try to criticize and offer this reasonable pushback.
I do want to say this. I will give Elon this one thing. He did say that he never really lied about his position. He was always pro-immigration. He was always pro-legal migration, etc. He really was. However, people didn't think that he would try to impose his immigration views on Trump. And that's where the issue lied. Like, people thought, okay, Elon's going to back Trump, but he's not going to try to push his immigration policy. And the thing is that, like, that was kind of like what MAGA thought. Like, okay, they're not going to push their immigration views. They're not going to push this H-1B shit. Like, Trump is saying staple, green cards to diplomas kind of as like a thing that he's just going to say, like, just to get, sound good politically. But he's not really going to go through with it. And Elon and them aren't going to push. But then once you saw the crazy defense that he took to this H-1B thing, now you know that he was supposed to be there for Doge, him and Vivek, but they're actively involved in other components of the administration, to include immigration, and that's problematic because to be honest, billionaires, a lot of the times, are not going to have the best interest of the people when it comes to immigration because their bottom line is contingent upon margins. And margins, we know, are heavily dictated by the workforce. Why are they heavily dictated by the workforce? Because the number one cost of running a business is always personnel and payroll. So, like, you cannot have, right, an America First agenda with jobs while simultaneously putting billionaires that have a vested interest in their globalist movement, right, working immigration. You can't. We thought that they were going to be doing Doge. So when we see them come in and start talking about H-1Bs, that's a problem. Now, I do want to say this, because Elon did say, look, I do realize that H-1B has some problems and we need to fix it. But here's the reality, okay? As someone that understands the INA, it takes fucking years to get anything done when it comes to immigration law. It takes fucking years when it comes to anything with visas, right? Because now, not only do you have to change the law, now you have to retrain all the immigration law enforcement, CBP, ICE, AMO, Border Patrol, HSI. You have to retrain all of them, right? And rewrite the whole INA and all this other bullshit. It's problematic. We probably won't see it actually be done for years. So, you know, Elon's saying, look, we need to fix the H-1B program. How about this? How about we just don't use it anymore? How about that? Because honestly, it's going to take too long to fix. How about we fix it first? That's going to take a few years. Trump will probably be gone. Fix it, and then we could go ahead. Because honestly, we should be doing at least a 5 to 10 year total immigration moratorium. You know, like outside of like O1 visas, exceptional people where we can't necessarily get that out anywhere else, or asylum where we're talking life or death, right? Political asylum. We really shouldn't be bringing anybody in. So I'll turn it over to Chief. Did you have something? And I'll go to Dalton.
Well, yeah. Well, I'll say it quickly. You know,
please go ahead. I'm done.
Yeah. No. I'll say this. In terms of the H1 process, they always try telling us it's about the best and brightest. That's not the case. O1 would be for best and brightest, and the people who are like top intelligence and all of that. H1 is for very menial work that can be done with anybody with a brain in tech or in STEM or whatever. They choose to do that because they want cheap labor, plain and simple. It's a very big lie that has been told for so long in Elon and Vivek's X accounts and all that. It's a big lie. They just want cheap labor, period, end of story. And we should have a complete moratorium on immigration until we can figure out what's going on with it and completely just, stop this rampant abuse.
Yeah, Myron, I want to tell you, I have told Chief this too, but thank you. I wanted to say thank you to you personally for sort of helping me out here as I got banned and had to respawn and everything. But to what's been going on in this whole discussion, this is not just when we talk about immigration, I know a lot of the Groypers and myself, we harp on white replacement, which is the thing, and that is happening. Even on a deeper level, this H1 visa stuff and sort of this talk about replacing American workers with quote unquote the best and the brightest from India or wherever it is not just replacement of white people, it's replacement of capable, hardworking Americans that can do and achieve the exact same things that these immigrants have done forever. Americans are capable of learning these tech jobs. They're capable of doing these tech jobs. The problem is they don't want to teach Americans. They don't want to fund our education system. It's totally, our education system is totally broken. They don't want to incentivize trade work, so that's totally out the window. Our cities are crumbling, and we're throwing money at places where, quite frankly, it doesn't belong. You look at how much we give to Israel or how much we give to Ukraine. We have homeless veterans on the street who would probably kill for a job, literally. Like they would literally kill for a job. And instead, we are giving jobs to third world immigrants that don't have a claim here. Their ancestors weren't here. Even like the FBAs or some of these guys that talk about, blacks in America. even they have more of a claim, and this is coming from someone who, primarily focuses on white racial consciousness. They have more of a claim to the fruits of this country than these foreigners do. And it's hurting everyone across the board. It's not just white people, it's hurting every single American. So again, I gotta go, but Myron, I really wanted to say thank you to you for helping me out. You have been such a blessing. You have been a great friend, and I'm extremely grateful how generous you have been in promoting me and bringing me back out here and putting me on the spaces and
No,
everything.
absolutely. Everybody go give Dalton a follow. Really sharp guy who runs his own show. Obviously a groper as well. I always show love to you guys because you guys show a lot of love to me. But yeah, go check him out, guys, because he got nuked, unfortunately, for, I guess, shitting on this Adrian guy or whatever, who we all think is Elon Musk, apparently. So, yeah, it's fucking wild, man. But good to have you in here, man. Hopefully people follow you. Great show, guys, obviously. A patriot, veteran, loves his country just like a lot of us in here, and understands that the truth is going to hurt sometimes, and you might piss off some influential people, and he did that, and, they fucking nuked his account, which is ridiculous. Who I see Shane has his hand up. What do you got to say, dude?
What's up, man? I'll keep it clean. So I'm glad you guys are on this topic because I feel like Elon kind of showed his hand. I've never seen him this vehement, like telling people to go fuck themselves in the face. And a couple days ago, he made a post. With your permission, I'll share it to the nest real quick. Do you mind if I put it up there?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll read it. So I threw it up there. His post says, just a reminder that the algorithm is trying to maximize unregretted user seconds. If far more credible subscriber accounts than you mute you or block you, your account will be significantly throttled, right? And one of my friends, when we did a space on this, I hadn't really thought about the timing around this whole immigration issue. It was almost like a call to action. Like he told all his followers, hey, if you start not only blocking people, but if you just mute them. So like I could mute my mutual follows. I could follow all you right now and mute you. It would look like we're homies, but I just deboosted you in the algorithm. And we all know that he passes the most credibility out to the people he engages to directly. So essentially everybody up on Mount Olympus could be out here following you and muting you, totally throttling your reach and your revenue, in the rev share program for those that actually care about it. Because he uses the word credible. And if you look at the rev share program, they use the word quality. So you look at all these huge accounts with tons of great analytics and engagement, right? But somehow they're paying out next to nothing. It's because they're considered less credible because they've been downvoted by Elon's crew that have essentially like scarlet letters they're passing out all across the platform. And, I think this is something that we need to pay attention to because it could have been that, just all these people that got temporarily suspended, that could have been a stopgap while he made this call to action to update the algorithm organically, so that when all these people get their accounts back and come back to the platform, all those blocks and mutes are in place and those accounts are throttled in a way they never had been before. So look at that post if you can, get it out. I think we need to call him out on it. We hosted a space on this last Friday. Got 250,000 people through it. We're planning another one, and we're trying to get into all the silos. I don't care if it's pro-Palestine, pro-Israel. We want everybody to look at this and just, call him out on it the same way we did TweetCred, about a year and a half ago, because there's no illusion of transparency if I can follow you and mute you. That's just fucking ridiculous, right? So we're following each other, but we're muting each other, and that mute is a flag. He claimed he wanted to reveal flags on accounts. There's no way he's going to show you the thousands of people that have muted you and effectively, boosted you in the across the platform.
The other thing also, no, thank you for that, Shane. Good takes. The The other thing also, and I guess I'm going to have to be the one to say this. Dalton touched on it a little bit. I'm going to go a little bit deeper. Now, here's the reality, guys. The other problem with immigration, right, is that when you bring too many people in from these countries, what ends up happening is they import their culture, right? And I know this, I'm about to offend some people in here with what I'm going to say, but I don't give a fuck. I'm just going to say it. We don't want third world fucking culture dominating the United States. This is coming from a guy that fucking came from Sudan, Muslim country, war-torn, etc. I should be the biggest pro-immigration fucking person in here. But I've seen the effects of what happens when you bring in people with a different culture to your country. If any of you guys have ever been to Southwest border, it's not America. It's fucking Mexico. All right? It's literally Mexico. And if you guys want to see what's going to happen to this country if we just allow more mass immigration, go to Laredo, Texas. Go to McAllen, Texas. Go to San Antonio even. Hell, San Antonio is basically fucking Mexico, right? I like it. Don't get it twisted. I love Mexican culture. I like hanging out in San Antonio, right? Mexican girls aren't as hot as Colombian girls, but that's a whole other conversation. But the point I'm trying to make is this. When you bring in too many people, too many foreigners, what ends up happening is our culture gets diluted, okay? If you're an American patriot, you're an American nationalist, then you should want American ideals. And the problem when these people come in is they bring their ideals, right? I am not ashamed to admit that Sharia law and Islam simply don't coincide with democracy and first world countries and liberty. Just doesn't, right? Sharia law just doesn't blend with it. So if you're going to come here, right, and come from a Muslim country, whatever it may be, you need to assimilate. Now, luckily for me, my parents, they came here, they assimilated, they learned the language immediately. They understood that this is the United States of America, not Sudan. And when my dad did come here, one of the things he prided himself on, I told this story, but I'll say it one more time because I know there's probably people here that don't know who the fuck I am. But when he came here, he said, look, I never took a dollar from welfare. I never fucking scammed nobody. I worked an honest job as a cab driver, busted my ass. I got robbed by a bunch of fucking idiots from Brooklyn, right? Watermelon words, if you guys catch my drift. You are going to become a fucking somebody. I did not bust my ass and not fucking take welfare and drive a fucking cab with a cast after being robbed so you could be a fuck up. And that always stuck with me. It always stuck with me. And then the other thing that he always told me was, you're not like these other fucking shithole families from Egypt and from other people from Sudan or from Algeria, whatever, these other people that come in here and scam the system. And it wasn't until I became an adult and I realized how immigration works that I said, oh shit. For every one family that comes in and has their shit together and works really hard, there's like 10 that don't. And then not only that, they come and they bring their culture here, and sometimes that culture and in abundance isn't good, right? It's one thing if there's one Mexican restaurant on the block, that's great. We can all go to that one Mexican restaurant. But then if there's 10, well, guess what? Are we still America? And this is the uncomfortable conversation that people don't really want to have when it comes to immigration, because we want to be able to say this bullshit line of, we're a melting pot. You know what? I'm here to say it. It's not a fucking melting pot. This country was founded by white Christian niggas, man. All right? Protestants. That's what it was founded by. All right? Let's just deal with what the fuck it is. And the other thing I also want to say for everybody before you go ahead and sit there and say, well, Myron, you're a sellout. Aren't you black? Aren't you Arab? How dare you? Why would you say that you want more immigration? I'll tell you why. Anybody that gets money, where the fuck do they move? Oh, I'll tell you where. They turn into fucking Goku. White neighborhood, every time. Why is that? Why is that? I'll tell you why. Because this country was founded and the infrastructure was created by white people, right? And here's the thing. I make fun of FBAs all the time, but I'll tell y'all this. I'd rather give FBAs reparations before we allow fucking mass immigration in here. There you go. So FBAs, don't get it. I know you guys are probably crying right now, but there you go. There's your fucking bone. I'd rather give you dickheads money than bring in more illegal immigrants or bring in more foreign workers. Because at least you guys are American citizens and have some semblance of giving a shit about this country, right? So with that said, mass immigration is bad. And if you guys don't believe me, go to the United Kingdom, go to Canada, go to Italy, go to France. Crime-ridden, destroyed by third world invaders that come in and bring their fucked up culture, because the reality is this. When we bring in these refugees, they're not the best. They're typically criminals. people that couldn't make it in their own country, and then they come and fuck our shit up. And that's what I'm trying to say with these H-1Bs. They're not the best. We have better here. We have better here. So that's the uncomfortable truth that no one really wants to say when it comes to immigration, why it's a problem, because we lose our country when we do that. We need Americans here that have American ideals, right? That speak the English language, that give a shit about this country. I pledge allegiance to one flag, the United States of America. They carry one passport, right? And they have a vested interest in this country being the best, not their country being the best, because they come here, take our education, take our money, take our jobs, and then they go and send that fucking money back to their country. Fuck that shit. We need people that are all in here. And that's the ugly truth that no one wants to actually talk about. We don't want third world culture over here. Fuck that. Anybody up next?
We shouldn't have to, honestly though, we shouldn't have to apologize about that. Like you mentioned London. London in the year 1970, Myron, it was 97.7% white. Today in 2024, it's 36%. And what's happened to their culture? Now on the corner, it's not fish and chips, you're getting falafel. Now it's not going to the church, it's going to the mosque. Like it changes fundamentally how the cities that have lasted for millennia are. And it's not right. Cultural preservation is something that matters. When you go to France, you don't want to go to, Nigeria. And what ultimately happens is when you do not allow some type of limitations to this, they take over, it becomes they're the majority, and it becomes their country. And if it's the wrong group of people and it becomes their country, guess what happens? You might even get literally killed. Because some people in some cultures are completely incongruent with Western society. And it's not about that we're hateful against these people, but we can't allow the largest companies and the largest international businessmen to be running the government and allowing it to, operate as a corporation. Because, yes, we need the country to be economically prosperous, but we also need to maintain, our cultural norms and our normal traditions. Like we want to get, a hot dog and an apple pie at a baseball game. We don't want to go to, a cricket match with falafel or whatever else. So it matters, and it's not hateful. People got to stand up for themselves. Like a lot of white people, apathetic dudes sitting there playing fucking Xbox, you need to stand up and actually start talking about some of these things. Way too many people won't talk about it. It's okay. Like, it's okay if you're a white guy, and it's okay to say, hey, like, I don't hate you, but I also am going to advocate for my own people. Every other fucking culture does it. They have a chess club. They have a study club. They have places they can do in school, different organizations. Like, I'm not saying to start some white group, but at least start to stand up for yourself when you're getting shit on.
Yeah, and that's like the ugly truth about immigration that like a lot of the people don't want to admit, but that's really what it is. We got to preserve the culture. And I'll be honest with you, I prefer a mostly white America. That's when we thrive the most. Let's be honest. When America was at its strongest, at its peak in the 40s, 50s, and 60s, it was white dominated. Sorry, that's the truth, man. And look, I wish I could say, yo, it was Arab-dominated, motherfucker. We're all Sudanese. We built this bitch. But we didn't, right? And it takes a great amount of discipline, non-emotional bias, and critical thinking skills to realize the truth, even though it might not be favorable to me, right? So people might sit there and say, well, Myron, you're just a white bootlicker, blah, blah, blah. Well, motherfucker, you live in the United States, which was literally created and cultivated and made the powerhouse it is by white people, bro. Like, I don't know what to tell you. All right, let's go to Marco Figueroa, and then we'll go to Harjeet Singh, which I think that's a troll account, but if it isn't, that's going to be hilarious. We'll go to...
What's going on, Myron? Much respect, much love to what you've built over the last few years. I come from a different perspective, right? I was born in the hood. I worked hard, went through the process, worked at 3 different tech companies, right? And I think the whole system is fucked. Like Dalton said, in terms of the education, it's insane, right? There's a lot of people that are born here that don't get that education or don't go down the path of engineering and tech. And I'm gonna break it down really quick, and then I'll open it up to you. Earlier this year, I went to NYU to the Tandem School of Engineering. 80% of the people are international students. 50% of the 80 are from India, right? I'm interviewing people and I can't hire anyone because the company that I was interviewing for to get them on board, they didn't have the H-1B, so I couldn't get anyone, right? If I worked at Intel, there's massive amounts of H-1Bs that we can hire, right? I worked with someone that had the H-1B. She wanted to leave, and she found the company, interviewed. They wanted her. They couldn't carry her H-1B. So she decided to go to Microsoft because they also have H-1Bs. But throughout this process, I worked at McAfee, SentinelOne. These companies that are publicly traded, like it's like trading cards, and it is very, very difficult to find talent within, right? And I'll give you an example. Right now, I work for Mozilla. We had a job rec that was open from July. We could only hire US and Canada. We just hired someone 2 weeks ago. That person was recommended through a friend, a credible friend, that would have never, ever passed the bar through the recruiter. He was a high school dropout, and he was self-taught. But if you go through a recruiter, he would have never made it because he didn't have any experience. And because someone credible told me this guy is nice, I was like, give me his resume. I spoke to him. I spoke to him a few times. I'm like, all right, he's ready. I pushed him in.
Hey, bro, we got a lot of people on the thing. Basically, is your thing saying, is your argument that we don't have enough homegrown talent to deal with the need?
Not only do we not have it, there isn't enough talent. If you go to these engineering schools, you're seeing international students. Go to archive.org where all the white papers are drawn up. These are international students that put out these white papers. None of them are from the US. 8 out of 10 papers are from Chinese international students in universities. The other 2 are people from India as well.
Well, that comes back to what I was saying before. We give out F1 visas. Well, that's the other thing I was trying. Well, see, here's the thing, bro. See, and this is why I was trying to say, like, looking at the H-1B visa by itself will make things look a lot more dire. But if you look at the grand scheme of things, you realize, oh, this is all a fucking bullshit. The F1 visa is one of the most exploited visas in the fucking country because people literally, and these schools are incentivized to bring international students because if you're an international student, you don't get no financial aid. You got to pay up front. So these schools
100%.
are able to get that money up front from these international students who a lot of times come from rich families, right? They don't have a vested interest in really working and contributing to the United States. Once if they do graduate, or if they don't, either way, it's still an L for us. And then what ends up happening is they come in, they get the education, or they come in and they on the F1 visa, and then they just leave. They don't even go to class, or they bail out, and then a CVIS record gets put out for them to go find them, depending on where they're from. But if they're not from a certain country, we don't have a waste of resources to go get them. So, again, like the H-1B, I see what you're saying. Hey, we don't have the talent, but that's a byproduct of a way bigger problem that we have, where we incentivize and encourage foreign students coming in over our own. And also 100%. Our schooling system needs to be fixed as well.
If you go to NYU or any of these engineering schools that are dealing with tech, the majority are international students. So then what is the pool that we have to pick from? I worked at Intel. I worked at McAfee, SentinelOne. I work with all of these people. There's not a very big pool of talent.
But wait, you're where? In New York?
I used to live in New York. I used to live in Silicon Valley. Now I'm in Puerto Rico.
I spoke with a bunch of tech people that tell me all the time that they get passed up for Indians or Asians that will take less money.
I'm in New York myself.
No. I'm in the game. I've been in the game for 15, 20 years.
I get that.
I'm telling you.
I got a bunch of tech guys that literally I've been talking with them all week. Dom is my witness. They've come in and they've literally said, I know a guy, I didn't get a job. Literally like hundreds of these guys.
Dude, I know 100 too. At least.
Dude, I literally work in tech.
I'm in tech myself. I'm in tech myself, and I've been looking for a job for over a year, and I graduated from Columbia Engineering in cybersecurity. I got my Security Plus, my
I
pen
didn't
test.
graduate from shit. I literally work in tech for like 3 years.
Bro,
I'm just
I'm
saying.
about to, yo, you know what? If I keep running these spaces, you want to know something? If I hold on. If I keep running these spaces, I'm probably gonna help you hire more fucking Americans than these companies, dude.
Absolutely.
Because
I
I'm telling you, they're out there.
Because someone just said it.
Look. Everybody got to be quiet when I'm talking, all right? I'm telling you, they're out there. It's just that whether you're not getting their resumes or they're like blackballing these guys or shadow banning them or whatever the fuck it is, where their shit's not showing up, I'm telling you, the engineers are out there. The talent is out there. I've spoken with a bunch of them. Literally, hundreds of them are being the spaces sometimes at this point, and it's always the same. I can't even get a job because they're picking these H-1B guys over me every single time. We got a guy in here that literally graduated from a fucking Ivy League saying, "Hey, I can't find a job for a year." So boom, there you go, Marco. This guy, hook him up. I just got an American employed, man. Fuck H-1B. Let's go. You know what I mean? Like, I'm gonna do a better job than these fucking universities, man, if I keep running these spaces.
The other thing, Myron, the other thing I wanted to add on to what you just said, you're 100% right, because if you do this, I think you will connect those people. So the person that isn't cybersecurity, I'm a cybersecurity expert, hit me up, DM me, I got you. The other thing I was going to say
his name is Streetwalker212, right?
Yes,
yeah,
sir.
Hey,
yes,
Streetwalker,
sir.
hold on. Streetwalker, please message him. Let's get some shit going. Like, I'd be fucking ecstatic if we actually got like a connection here, because I truly do believe it's not a matter of we don't got the workers. I think that there's some kind of disconnect where these companies are not incentivized to put American resumes in front of you, and that's no fault of your own, Marco. But these companies, the company that you work for, these guys have deals with these body shops, with these H-1B visa conglomerates.
There's a connection. There's a deal that I don't know. It's beyond my pay grade, or I'm not in there. There's a connection between universities and companies, right?
Yes.
So
there
like
is.
When I went to the Tandem, NYU Tandem, I'm like, bro, this is insane.
I'm telling you, bro.
Is it like this?
I'm telling you, it's not you. It's the company that you work for. These companies have it set up where the recruiters, the guys like you that are out there looking really hard for American talent, you guys can't even find them because the companies are not incentivized to hire them. So they put guys in front of you that are going to be better for the bottom line. Like, we got a guy right now in this chat. Like, what are the chances? We got a guy that's highly qualified, literally a Ivy League school graduate in cybersecurity, and he can't find a job. Like, that should tell us something. And I've literally heard from a million guys like him, same story. I'm in tech, can't find a job. They keep hiring these Indians and these Chinese people or these foreign nationals. And, dude, it's a problem. So, I mean, Streetwalker, please DM him. Let's make something happen. I hope, you got to get
his DM. I got him. We'll update you.
Awesome.
We're going to hook him up. I promise you.
If he gets the job, I want you both to DM me and let me know. I'm going to fucking make it a story. I'm going to tell Elon and Vivek to go suck it.
That is my word.
All right,
I got you, Streetwalker.
Thank you, Marco. All right, Harjeet Singh, go ahead.
Thank you.
Yeah, maybe I can, this is the right segue, I can jump in here. I've been in tech for more than 20 years, and I come from that shithole called India. And I can tell you what the Indians bring with them here is what we call bias in hiring, caste, racism, which is today is not being talked about enough. I can give you an example of a company I worked in Bellevue, and I don't want to name the company. It's not an American company, thankfully, but it's one of the biggest names in tech worldwide. I joined that company, and when I entered the company, I see suddenly like 90% of the engineers are Indians, and that kind of blew up my mind. Like, why 90%? I'm kind of, maybe I'm understating the number. And then when I kind of started working there, I realized over a period of 6 months that out of that 90%, maybe 70 to 75% were one particular caste in India called Tamil Brahmins. And then I started talking to these Tamil Brahmins. They said, what's going on, dude, here? And they opened up after a particular period of time and said, hey, when the resume comes, the first thing I look for is that an Indian resume? And the second thing I look for is that a Tamil Brahmin or not? That's how the hiring works. You guys have no clue. There is this total bias in hiring which is going on, which I have been witnessing. The Indians pick up the resume of an Indian, and then within that, they also pick up their own caste, their own ethnicity, blah, 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 and whatnot. So put that aside. I think there was a lot of talk about, that this is about cheap labor, that Elon Musk and all these guys are kind of, they want cheap labor. I don't think so. It is just about cheap labor. I think there's something more. Elon Musk, his old Twitter, can you make a guess on Twitter's if the number of impressions that we get? What percentage of impressions are coming from India? I can bet you my experience, I've not worked in Twitter, but more than 60% of the Twitter impressions, they come from the 1.5 billion unemployed Indians sitting in India. The entire Twitter sphere is running all these numbers that he's showing up in Wall Street. They are mostly coming from India. So Elon, after having invested like 50, 60, whatever that $1 billion, he's totally beholden to the Indian government. And the Indian government totally knows it. From day one, Elon Musk has taken over Twitter. He has done everything that the Indian state have asked him to do. And if you don't believe me, you just have to go and read a whistleblower Senate hearing which happened where we had a whistleblower, and the guy who was a whistleblower was the guy who Jack Dorsey hired to look after all the loopholes in data security of Americans within Twitter. And you know what he testified? He testified that the Indian government forced Twitter to hire Indian intelligence officers to sit in the headquarters of Twitter, not only in India, but also in US. The Twitter headquarters, it's an open secret, is filled up today with Indian intelligence officers. So all this thing that happened, you guys getting your blue tick marks checked off, somebody's account getting pulled off. It was not just because you were talking about H-1B visa. It was because you were talking about something that the Indian government didn't want you to talk about. So that's another national security aspect people kind of is not being talked about enough here. I can tell you right now, the number of Indians who are entering US today has not gone up organically. There are factories, there are training centers in India which are training people to enter US both legally as well as illegally, which are funded by the Indian state itself. Couple of months back, there was a full aircraft, one full aircraft of Boeing, which was force landed in France. Every single passenger on that Boeing aircraft was going to land in Mexico and then make that journey, what they call donkey, into US. Every single passenger. France force landed that aircraft and the aircraft was returned back to India. Do you think that aircraft could have taken off from India without the support of the Indian agencies and the Indian government? It's impossible. So again, and then another aspect you have to keep it in mind is the people who are coming in. I have no hassles, honestly, if there are people coming in from all parts of the world, if we are a melting pot. But what is happening is the skew. 75% of these H-1B visas are from India. Is that happening organically? No. Somebody is manipulating the system. And one of the examples I gave you is today there's a tweet came up from Charles, I think, which is a very important tweet. And I've just put it up in the nest if you guys can have a look at it. And it's kind of reflective of what's actually going on, the amount of fraud that's going on under legal migration. This guy Sriram, who is appointed this AI advisor to Trump, he came into US in 2007 on L1A visa. I know that visa category very well because I myself came in that category. And at that point in time, his age was 23. There is no way you can be eligible for L1A visa when you are 23 years old because the visa is for senior executives who have worked in an American company in India for more than 2 years in a senior executive position. Tell me, which 23-year-old has worked in that position for 2 years in India by the time he's 23 years? He was a rookie engineer. So, what happened in his case is what happens in most of the cases because I've seen many of my so called fellow Indian managers do it. They exaggerate the job description.
Try to wrap it up, bro. Try to wrap it up.
So what I'm saying is this is very important. What the case that has been put up. If anybody here knows how to highlight this case of Sriram to USCIS, because this is a plain case of visa fraud, we can take him. We can probably get his citizenship revoked. I think it will set a good example. So what I'm looking for help is if anybody knows the insight of the government and can guide me, I'm more than happy to kind of file a complaint or wherever. But this should be taken to its logical conclusion. Thank you.
All right, yeah, man. What I would do, bro, is I would go to your local HSI office and go speak to an agent and give them this information.
Which office?
Where do you live in America?
Seattle.
All right. DM me, dude. I'll tell you where to go. I'll tell you what to do.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks.
Okay. Let's see here. Who do we got?
Can I say something for 30 seconds?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So, my dad owns a pretty large, like an apartment complex. And he had, like, there's a bunch of different tech companies next to this area. And he had, like, Indians start moving into the place. And before you know it, man, within a year and a half, almost the entire apartment complex is literally like all. What I'm trying to get at, guys, is like they're very, they prefer to be around their own people. So like what happened, this is notorious. They get into these large tech companies, and then within, like 5 years, nearly all the people that used to work there are gone, and they hire all Indians. It's nothing against them, but that's just how their culture is. And they seem to sort of like take over in large swaths. So it is a real thing. And that's the problem with the whole assimilation thing. Sure, maybe some of them might assimilate, but largely they just kind of impose their own, cultural norms.
All right. We'll go to Clint Russell. What's up? You got some you wanted to add to the convo? I know you just came in, but
no, man, I just joined, so give me 5 minutes to catch up.
All right, no worries. Let's go to Manco Smash, and then guys, if you spoke, don't feel bad. We're gonna just move you down and bring some other people up because I know we got a lot of people that are probably requesting to speak. So we'll go to Manco Smash.
Sure,
go ahead.
baby.
Keep in mind that I'm on
you,
YouTube, so don't go too crazy if you're gonna JQ or do some shit like that.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, Myron. So in response to people claiming we don't have talent here in the U.S., these are the same people that say the H-1B is only a tiny fraction of the labor force, and they can't have it both ways. America does not have a skilled labor shortage if 85,000 H-1Bs are enough to take care of it. I guarantee you there are 85,000 Americans willing to do programming and tech jobs. The employers would just have to pay them more money instead of passing them over for cheap foreigners from these Indian staffing companies, and they don't want to do that. So first, Trump winning was not the end. It was the beginning. We're going to have to keep fighting these battles constantly. Just look at the last 2 months. We had a battle over the budget in Congress, and then we had this H-1B battle. This is only going to get more intense over the next year, and we have to show up for the battle. We have two enemies. One is the liberals, the left, who are going to try to undermine us with propaganda as we continue to win. But the other enemy is the elite. Elon is an elite. He's going to be on our side most of the time, but the American elites are fundamentally disconnected from the American people, and they do not have our best interest at heart. This is why Trump won. Trump represents populism and the overthrow of a rotten, selfish, traitorous elite who have been selling out our country for at least the last 20 years. The elites used to feel connected to the country when I was growing up back in the 1980s, but this has changed. The global war on terror was primarily fought with endless nation building, not because it was in the best interest of the United States or the people, but to help Israel, and so that liberals could push women's rights on Muslims. And people started to wake up. The elites have all been liberals because Democrats are openly an elitist party. That's why they nuked Bernie twice and put Biden and Harris up as puppets of the elites. The tech elites were also all liberals, but they were more capitalist, so they didn't have as much power within the Democrat Party. So they defected. And now they feel entitled to run the country because they back Trump. But we need to fight them for control of the right and show them that we don't need them, they need us. That the government needs to work for all the people, not just the elite, not just an elite that subverts Washington, D.C. And the scam here is that American citizenship is very valuable. If we just sold green cards on auction, they'd sell for hundreds of thousands of dollars. And the tech CEOs are effectively selling green cards through H-1B, then sponsorship, and pocketing the money. They're privatizing profits and socializing the costs. And American workers can't compete with that. And the only way we win is through vigilance. If we go back to ignoring politics, the elites win. We have to show up for every fight. We have to fight like hell. And if we end up in a stalemate, just like we did with the H-1B, we have to keep applying pressure and keep fighting, and we will eventually win if we do that. That's the only way things get better. And I want to say thank you, Myron, for fighting the fight. You're showing up and fighting it every day. And the rest of us have to do our part too, with likes, retweets, replies, and sometimes we'll have to call our congressman. So thank you.
No, thank you for that, man. I appreciate it. It's tough because I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I'm probably gonna lose some collabs, lose some support for going down this road because I think once I saw, I'll tell you guys when I realized the tide was turning. When I saw Alex Jones support the immigration shit, I was like, yeah, cooked. I was like, yep, that's it. He's everyone is gonna follow Toe, and as expected. Jordan Peterson did. PBD did. Michaela did. Brandon Tatum did. Every big Tim Pool did. Every big conservative creator pretty much is backing Elon and Vivek on this. And I kind of saw this coming. I think honestly the biggest creators, and I wouldn't even consider myself like a refined political commentator. I comment on politics as something that I like, and I feel as though this with this situation, this is literally my wheelhouse, immigration. And I had to bring this information out to you guys, the American public, and let you guys know that the H-1B is just a microcosm of a way bigger problem. And me seeing all these guys that I really admire and respect in the conservative space, kind of chauffeur Charlie Kirk, right? Chauffeur Elon and Vivek is a big L to me, right? It shows to me that they're just disconnected from the American people, and they're more concerned with preserving business relationships than telling the truth. I think Dom is kind of on the money. We're going to see one of two things happen. Guys are either going to openly support Elon and Vivek if they agree, or we're just going to see them stay silent. I'm actually intrigued to see what Daily Wire is going to say about this. I want to know what Matt Walsh and Ben Shapiro are going to say about this. I want to know what who else? I'm trying to think who else I would want to hear. Maybe Blaze Media. Glenn
Beck.
Who was that? Glenn who?
Glenn Beck.
Glenn Beck. Have you? Okay, we haven't heard from him either yet.
Well, I haven't seen it if he has said anything.
Okay. A lot
of big boys have been quiet, man.
Yeah, a lot of them. Yeah, you're noticing that too, right, Dom? Like Tucker hasn't said shit. I haven't seen Ben Shapiro say anything. I haven't seen Matt Walsh say anything.
I think Shapiro will be for it. Matt Walsh will probably be against it.
Yeah, I agree. Knowles, I don't know.
Myron, I got a question for you actually, because what I was thinking is Trump likely lost the 2020 election, not just because of the FBI covering shit up and everything else that the deep state did, but also because big tech heavily censored him. Well, after doing all of the research I've done since this controversy broke out, I've realized that it's big tech that benefits the most by H-1B manipulation. Yeah. So I'm thinking to myself, like, all right, I bet that some of Trump's donors, which are big tech guys who are all now in Mar-a-Lago kissing his ass, are saying, hey, we'll stop with the censorship, or we did stop with the censorship to allow you to win back the White House. We need you to leave these cutouts so that we can continue to hire engineers at 40% below market. Do you think that's far-fetched, or what do you think?
No, Clint, I think you're on the fucking money, dude. And the reason why I say that is, shout out to Nick Fuentes. He actually brought this to my attention. And this is something that was kind of buried by the media. Trump did a podcast with Sachs and a bunch of these fucking tech bros out in California back in the summertime. And when he did this podcast, that was the first time he said something along the lines of, stapling green cards to diplomas. And, I wouldn't be surprised if they told him, look, dude, we're going to back you, and mind you, this is before J.D. Vance was announced as the vice president. This is before, because remember, he got shot in July, and then he didn't announce J.D. Vance until after he got shot, right? He got shot, July 14th, if I'm not mistaken, by dumbass Matt Crooks. And then he didn't announce JD as his running mate until the RNC a couple weeks later, or right before the RNC. So obviously people were suspecting it was going to be J.D. Vance the whole time, but I predict he had J.D. Vance picked out from way earlier. J.D. Vance set up the meeting with these guys. They said, look, we're going to back you. We got you got our support, you got our money, but we're going to need XYZ. I have no doubt in my mind that this immigration deal was struck behind the scenes, to get the tech bros on board. Because I can't think of anything else that they would really want from him, maybe. I mean, I think that's, and then less regulation, which Trump was going to do that anyway.
Yeah, he's going to do less regulation. He's going to do less taxes for corporations.
Yeah.
I think this is the one thing that, based off his campaign promises in 2016 and also some of his actions, he actually did cut back on H-1Bs in 2019. I think that this is probably the negotiating chip. Just reading the tea leaves, I don't know anything, no inside information, but it seems likely.
Yeah, no, I mean, I would say that you're pretty close on the money at that point, because we didn't really see him have this whole more pro-immigration stance until he met with the tech bros. So, You know, and it probably also like was contingent on him bringing in like this what's this guy's name, Suriname, whatever the fuck his name is. It's probably contingent on him bringing him in, right, and some other guys. So
it wasn't too long ago that Trump was saying that immigrants were poisoning the blood of America. So yeah, he made quite a big drastic shift. As soon as these tech bros got involved.
Yeah,
which is sad,
I mean,
man.
This can also be for chess in the sense that Trump needs to have the tech bros on his sides for the battles that are coming over illegals and fighting all the propaganda war and all that kind of stuff. So, but I think in the end, especially in the last 2 years of the Trump presidency, he's going to be more concerned about his legacy because he doesn't need to run for re-election. So I think we're going to see more honesty from him and less, triangulation politically.
Yeah, the more I see this tech bro bullshit more, man, I'll be honest with you guys, I think he would have won the election even without these fucking assholes. But, I'll be honest with you guys, we couldn't risk it, right? Like, I do think, let's say he didn't have Elon Musk's back, Elon Musk didn't support him, and, he didn't have, like, the tech bros supporting his campaign. I genuinely do think he would have probably won anyway. It might have been a closer race, mind you, but, the way he won in that fucking landslide, bro, I think he was going to win regardless. It might have just been a closer match between him and Kamala. But, these tech bros, man, we'll see what happens. But they reveal themselves more and more every day. I just didn't think it was going to be this fucking early on. And I also didn't think that they were going to, kind of strong arm their way into immigration. But it is what it is. We'll go to who's up, had their hand up for a bit. Was it Jukes? Jukes, you had your hand up for a minute. Go ahead. And then we'll go to Steven and then Cyrus. Yeah, your mic sucks, bro. All right, we'll go to Steven. We'll go to Steven Haas.
Okay. Hey, man, what's going on, Myron? First of all, thank you for your service. Second of all, you're speaking the truth because I live in the Rio Grande Valley. I live on the Texas-Mexican border. I work on the Texas-Mexican border. I know Border Patrol agents. I work in and around these guys. And everything that you've said that's why I requested to speak, was spot on. All the way to San Antonio to Austin. This place in the Rio Grande Valley, it feels like Mexico. Every street is a Mexican name. Every business that you walk around and you look at has a Mexican name. Our commercials down here are predominantly in Spanish. Yeah. And I'm like, what the hell's going on, man? And what people don't realize is I worked fugitive recovery. About 65, maybe 70% of the individuals that I went after were illegal aliens.
Yeah.
That's how saturated the Rio Grande Valley is with illegal aliens. And when Myron says, look, it's basically Mexico down there, he's 100% spot on. Everything he's saying about immigration is spot on. If he was in a room with Elon and PBD and Vivek, he would win hands down because he's got the knowledge and he's been there and he's done it. These other guys are going to speak like business people. We want to hire cheap labor. That's all they want. We have the talent in America to do these jobs. They just don't want to pay them. That's the bottom line. They want to import these people from different countries and pay them less. There are a lot of companies in the Rio Grande Valley that hire illegal aliens because they can pay them half of what an American citizen is requesting, which is basically minimum wage. But I just wanted to say that really quickly. Texas, although it voted red, is slowly turning into Mexico year by year because of all the illegal aliens being imported. So, Myron, thank you for talking about that. I have a little platform. You're one of the biggest guys out there. So thank you for your service, bro.
No, I appreciate it, man. I think everyone should go down to the southwest border and realize, like, this is what America's going to turn into if we continue to allow immigration. Because the reality is, when people come over, they bring their culture. And yeah, dude, when I was in Laredo, Texas, like, I stuck out. Like, they're like, oh, you're an exotic. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, I'm considered an exotic, but that's how you know that you're not even in your own, like, white people, black people, etc. We're looked at as like, what the fuck are you doing here? So this is what happens with immigration. Like, the culture changes. Like, I'll give you guys a little thing. So in Mexico, right, they don't have working plumbing. Like, you can't flush toilet paper down the fucking toilet, right? But what ends up happening is you go to these restaurants in Laredo on the border, and you're going to find, like, fucking shitty toilet paper in the fucking bin every time, and you're like, what the fuck, this is America? But they're so used to being in Mexico that they bring in their culture and their customs and norms because their country doesn't have that shit. So they don't even know to flush or they do know, but they don't do it anyway because that habit, and they don't flush the fucking toilet paper down the things. And that's just one example of what I mean when I say people bring their culture, and it's very difficult to divorce the two, especially when they're surrounded by their people. So this isn't like an India thing or a Mexico thing or whatever. It's when people come, they bring their culture thing, and then that ends up inevitably replacing the culture we already have. And if you guys don't believe me, please go spend a day, 2 days, go to Laredo, Texas, hang out there, then drive up 35, go hang out in San Antonio, and then you guys are going to see exactly what I mean when I say you won't feel like you're in America. And that's where we are heading if we continue with this mass immigration. South Texas is already gone. Let's go to, what do we got here? We got Cyrus. Go ahead, bro.
Cyrus. Hey. Yeah, so that last guy who was just speaking, I think, what was that, 3 speakers ago, Hajit? Yeah, he was very much spot on.
Are you in tech too?
I run my own agency, but I used to work for multiple agencies in the past. I used to work for Google as well.
Okay.
But yeah, he's 100% spot on. Now, the interesting thing is, I don't think this is just one solution where they're providing. This is like a multiple solutions. This is like they believe it to be a silver bullet, or they have this thing. The Israelis would say, but they say it in their language, but I think the Americans adopt it. Never make one attack or never make one move unless it solves multiple solutions. And there's a man named Roy Beck. He did a whole speech on this. He was an author and whatnot. But he was talking about how immigration actually depletes other countries, especially from third world nations. And what it does is it causes their best, their most brightest, to leave their country, which lowers their GDP, come to America, and it doesn't increase our GDP. They just send the money back over. But the problem is they keep taking their brightest minds away. And what they do is you hear the rhetoric from Elon Musk, you don't want them competing against you. And so they kind of view this as this strategy, like a stratagem. Oh, we'll just liquidate, we'll take away all their best and brightest, and then once they're impoverished, we'll seize control of them. So there's an interesting concept to this. Now, the rich ones, the intelligent ones or the rich ones, they don't leave their countries. They stick around. So in Mexico, this whole flushing thing you were talking about, the impoverished people leave the country, and that's what we get stuck with. Same thing with India. An interesting thing is what people don't realize is the caste system is broken down into different occupations. Also, what was taught to them in education. Now, the interesting thing is Australia, the UK, and Europe and America have agreed to a immigration policy since the bottom of the caste was so rampant in breeding. They were the majority, and they noticed this was hemorrhaging the country. So the other countries agreed to take that leverage off of them. And so India was more than happy to get rid of their lower caste system, the prostitutes, the thieves, the degenerates. And so the interesting thing is when we're immigrating them, we don't track it. In fact, the last name can tell you which caste system they're from. They change the last name. So they change the last name to look as if they are from the higher caste systems. But there's no tracking on what cities they came from. They wiped it. Australia has no tracking. UK purposely did this. So you could not track what caste system they came from. So there would be no discrimination in the following countries in which they fell. Now, the interesting thing is we are doing this as a strategy, the U.S. Look at every country we're taking immigrants from, African countries, Middle Eastern, India, whatnot. And eventually they become subservient to us. They're so impoverished to make things up on their own in innovation and everything that we eventually, we assimilate them. And so I think this is a multiple-pronged approach, but at the same time, the corporatists are watching out for their own. So you have Trump and Elon, they're watching out for their own asses, but strategically in foreign policy, they see this as like the perfect strategy. Let's liquidate them, let's impoverish them, let's take them over, fuck it, we don't care. Let's get our central command, let's get over Norco, let's get over, Southern Command. They don't care. Now, as nationalists, they think that this is improving our country. But, as us, bleeding Americans from the bottom up, we see this as like, what the fuck is going on? And so we are not that stalwart when it comes to, cannibalizing other countries, right? So I think that's kind of what we're seeing here, to keep myself short.
All right. Do me a favor, Cyrus, by the way, and then Stephen Haas, all you guys, if you guys don't mind retweeting the space, Mancos as well. Let's hit 1,000. It's fucking 3:20 in the morning. I've fucking been up for almost 24 hours. So, yeah, guys, retweet the space for me or whatever. I'd really appreciate that. All right, we'll go to Local Bandit. Try to keep it nice, short, and concise, guys. Make your point, salient point, and then we'll keep it pushing. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Myron, for giving me the chance to speak tonight. I'm a white Christian who was born, raised in Austin, Texas. So, this whole, thing, I've witnessed it from, the ground up, seeing, my whole town basically change from, around, 10K people in the last, 5 years to, 20,000, and noticing all these, immigrants and the gas stations and stuff. I used to go to the gas stations when I was younger, and it would just be some old mom or white person there. And now they changed all the gas stations. There's a bunch of Indians there or Mexicans everywhere. And the whole idea of that is so true of what you've been saying about this I-35 from San Antonio there. It's basically the new Silk Road. It's just a bunch of immigrants and a bunch of random people that I've never seen before in my entire life. And it all happened whenever Elon Musk had started to move over here in the last 5 years. And this H-1B1 thing is basically a conflict of interest for him, influencing policy, him saying oh, we need to have H-1B1s. But the thing is he's basically a foreigner influencing U.S. policy to obtain more foreign workers, which is basically outsourcing the people of the United States to foreign interests. And it's the quality for the average American is lowered because of it. And I've seen it happen, and it's crazy that this is all going on right now, and how people are just too blind or too dumbed down or brainwashed to even notice the effects that it's having on our society as a whole. There's been kids in schools and stuff and only in the last couple years that are getting on fentanyl and overdosing and all that stuff, and that wasn't going on not even 6-7 years ago. And it's crazy that this is happening now. And it's and why I'm saying it's a conflict of interest is because if Elon has 1,500 or so H-1B Tesla workers, don't you get the correlation with that it being a conflict of interest, him saying oh, we need to make sure that we have H-1B1s so that we can get more workers or whatever to outsource the American people. And it's it's just blatantly obvious that it's that this is all happening, but people are too stupid to see it,
Well, it's tough because obviously it benefits his companies, but also Elon, my understanding is that he first got into America under an H-1B because he did not qualify for an O-1. And so he's this is very emotional and sensitive subject for him. So I can't really read it to say definitively that this is exclusively about, he's got a ton of money. I can't imagine that this is enough to go to the mat the way he has and expend the political capital and to basically make himself look like a clown, which he's had. It's been a 24/7 love fest for the past 2 years, and he really burned up a lot of that goodwill. So I don't know how to read it for sure. I did want to ask Myron though, is it official? Are you taking the con on PBD?
Oh, well, I'm actually really glad that you asked that because I was going to segue into that next. If cool. Can we put that up in the nest? Because I suck at putting shit up in the nest. I really don't know how to fucking do it. But guys, basically, long story short, and I'll show it to my audience, but I can, God damn it. Here, let me pull it up for you guys real fast. So but PBD, for those that are unaware, thank you for bringing that up. PBD made a tweet. I'm going to pull it up on the space for you guys. But basically what he said was, he said, hold on, let me find it. The hell? Okay. So he goes, 4 hours ago, would you like to see me? And I'm showing it on screen. If you guys are not, would you guys like to, who would you guys like to see on the pod make a case for plus against H1B, right? 309K views, it has 1.8K likes. I commented right under said, against H1B, me and Nick Fuentes versus whoever isn't scared. That got 3.7K likes, almost 3 times as much, and only 37K views. So he definitely sees it, but we'll see what happens, man. I know he's a little iffy about platforming Nick. They asked him this at TP at the Amfest, actually. But I think PBD should do it, man. I think if me and Nick went over there and we debated 2 people that are pro H1B, it would do monster numbers for him. It'd give him some, even more credibility. A lot of people respect PBD, and I think him platforming Nick would show that he's brave. But we'll see what happens, man. A lot of people are scared to platform Nick, for obvious
it's
reasons.
It's a win-win across the board unless he knows that he loses sponsorships over it, in which case he probably won't do it.
Yeah, the only
I think he may. I think he may. He mentioned he said something about, oh well, Nick says the N-word, and I think that as long as he agrees to a few things, I'm sure he'd have him on as long as he agreed to a few things. Because at this point, it's been said, it's been requested for a long time. So I think if he's going to have that conversation with Dan, which is pretty intense, there's no reason he can't have a conversation with Nick.
Yeah. Well, what about if he won't do it with Nick for whatever reason, Myron and Andrew Wilson?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I would do a 2v2 versus anyone, or even a 1v1. I don't care. I think a 2v2 would be better from a show perspective. I think more people would enjoy seeing a 2v2. But he'd have to find 2 people that aren't pussies to do it. Because here's the thing: a lot of these conservatives that are for H1B, I don't think they'll stand on it and do a debate on it, dude. You know what I mean? I don't think Alex Jones or Jordan Peterson or any of these guys are gonna. Obviously PBD's gonna just moderate. But I don't think any of these guys would actually get on a PBD podcast and debate, this topic, and let alone debate it with, guys like me and Nick Fuentes, who many would say we're far right, and I guess, yeah, I mean,
dude, it would be fire though. If that happens, I'd be front row seat. I only live like 10 minutes from there.
It'd be awesome. I'd love to do it, man. I'd love to do it because, the other thing too is I wouldn't hold back. I'd go full on with, hold on, let me fucking, let me go Rumble and Locals. And yo, YouTube nigga, switch over real quick to Rumble.
I can tell you, us Americans that grow up in the Southwest, competing with the large amount of illegal immigrants coming through is very tough. When I was a young guy, I was competing with dudes that were like 40 years old, stronger, smarter, better. It's tough. But what else was I going to say? So construction was tough. I came up in that. Very competitive in the Southwest because we're so close to the border. There's a plumber and an electrician coming over every day. And then, but I worked in a company where the entire engineering team was European. It's Stadler. They build a lot of the trains for Europe, and they're out of Switzerland. But what they did, they're building the electric trains here in America to sell them to very liberal cities. But they imported workers from Belarus and Algeria. So they bought a bunch of homes for their workers, and then they imported the workers from there, and they paid them. The Algerian guys told me they were getting paid $5 a day. So just the whole bringing foreign workers here on every level, it just needs to stop. It's crazy. But that's it.
All right, who's up next? Is it A1?
Yeah, I mean, we thank you for the mic again. We kind of went past it, but again, just on the PVD debate, and people are hopeful that someone like you and someone like Nick can debate these people, but it kind of reminds me, especially when someone brought up the Bryce Mitchell thing, because Bryce Mitchell was on PVD, and Bryce Mitchell was saying it's the Jews, man, his southern drawl and everything, and it reminds me of that meme where it's like the bell curve, and you have the low IQ people saying it's the Jews, and the bell curve being it's the Chi-Coms, it's this, that, the other, and the high IQ people saying it's the Jews.